On board with John Casey at P8 currently, with Darnell Williams of Chocolate Fondue behind him at 8.7 seconds. Bright Esports, number 10 currently. Philippe is driving through the best stops now and on the way towards the finish line, setting the car up in La Source and getting towards Eau Rouge. And Ralf Knoops from Next View Consulting currently in P11 is driving to Eau Rouge onwards to the Camel Straight, and 6.1 seconds in front of him we have Yuri Matthijssen. The other Yuri stepped into the car. He's driving again. We have currently 1 minute and 38 seconds lead on our other Apex Misses team. Today we are all here at Spa-Francorchamps during the 046 Racing Movember charity race, where we will drive 12 hours long on this beautiful circuit in the middle of the Ardennes in Belgium. And one of the VR Racing teams, where Daniel is in the car currently in P7. Driving well back to the front. And in front of him is driving Martin from Team Ground Effect. Not only racing during this race, but also sponsored the event that made this event possible, together with GK Design. Big shout out to them, but of course also to all the drivers and all the watchers on the live stream. Don't forget to donate. You can do it. Following Maton, Team Ground Effect. And currently joining from VR Racing, Jordi Vermeulen. Welcome.
Hello, hello. It's me again.
You again. Welcome back here, live on the stream. We just passed one of your colleagues who was driving in your car, but you're just out of the car.
No, I'm not. I'm about to. I'm an hour away from getting into the car. Actually,
Okay.
we had to switch around the stints a little bit, because we figured out just before it got too hot on track, we could triple stint the tires one more time, and we figured it would be best to have Dan do that, because he's the tire whisperer. He can do things with tires that are beyond comprehension. He's really good with tire management. So
he's stepping into the pits now. Do you have to step in or not?
No, he's gonna do another stint. So
okay, amazing.
And then I'll do the final 3 hours to the finish.
The final 3 hours.
Yes, I'll bring the car to the finish, and then we'll be all set.
So, well, we see Daniel getting into the pits. And more people are getting actually into the pits. Now also live with Jan Poel from Red Lantern Racing. But besides having a tire whisperer within your team, changing a little bit around the strategy and the timetable of you for driving, are there any other things that you want to share with the watchers on this live stream at the moment?
Oh, obviously, people that have been watching most of the race, we're on a bit of a fight back right now because we were in 11th not a long time ago because we had a bit of a crash during Sean's first stint, which cost us about I think 8 minutes. So at the moment we are in P7 with car number 314. That Mercedes, they owe us a pit stop on the long term. We're actually trying to. We really want to get sixth, so we were chasing the number 77 BMW and see if we can actually get past them and get P6. We think that's the maximum we're gonna get out of this at the moment.
Yeah, otherwise, if you are past VK Sim Sports, that would be 3 other laps that you have to make up. Of course, everything is possible.
Yeah, we have still 4 hours to go, and a lot can happen in 4 hours. We've seen it with ourselves, where we were in a position where we thought P5 would be, what we got with the gap we had to the cars behind, but it only takes one little mistake to drop yourself back. So I mean, long way to go still, but realistically, I think aiming for P6 is the most realistic thing at this point.
Yeah, and you see a little bit of a dance around every time somebody steps into the pits of the teams around you, especially because some of the teams are a little bit out of sync with the normal pit stop. And of course, you guys are now doing basically a triple stint before changing the tires, and that of course will also pay off in the time gained of the long run. So
yeah, that will pay off. But I think that the track temperature at the moment has got too hot to triple stint. So what we're gonna do now is just we have Dan in the car and he's super fast. So we're gonna have him just do qualifying laps basically from now on. And then when I get in the car, I'll be doing 3 hours of qualifying laps as well. Just
okay,
to make sure we,
just 3 hours of qualifying laps.
Yeah, I mean, it's doable. We just need to hope that the cars in front of us are either going to get into accidents or some mishaps themselves, or that the drivers that they put in the car are of lower iRacing than what we have in the car.
Yeah.
The skill difference that will help.
Because currently we are watching Jan Poel from Red Lantern Racing, who's closely following David Wiles. We're now going to watch, because he is a driver that is the only one driving his car up until now. Because he is trying to complete this race, correct me if I'm wrong, to drive the whole 12 hours by himself.
Yep, that's correct. We do have a relief driver on hand if he gets tired of it, but yeah, he will be doing this race on his own. I can't help but notice on the stream, by the way, that either we have a trouble with the livery, or because it's not the correct colors on the car, but it doesn't really matter.
And you're then pointing out the VR Racing 096 or the other car?
Not the Mercedes. Yeah,
the Mercedes.
The 096.
So the one we are currently watching.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the one I'm getting from Trading Paints. So something must be messed up there.
Must be on my side. So. Oh, I just see that car number 314 is crashed.
Which? Let me check. And there is Darnell Williams from Chocolate Fondue. He's getting his car out of the barrier. Doing it safe. Not too much. Somebody comes around the corner. It could be a hell of an incident. Was he involved with somebody else as you saw, or was it just him?
No, I thought he was on his own. Let's.
Yeah, he's not the first one to come out of that corner, getting a little bit too fast on the gas pedal.
Yeah, no, I've done it myself in my first stint, so I know what it feels like. But no,
Yeah,
that does give us an extra position, so I'm happy with that.
So Daniel was able to scoot by without getting into any trouble. There I saw him maybe a little bit thinking going into the pits, but then decided not to.
Oh, that's. You see it on stream indeed. It's a bit awkward.
And back live. Oh, he's currently in the pits, so I'm back with Daniel. He's back on track, making a pit stop and getting a free pass. And actually, number 6 is not far away. Bram Vogel is currently in the car of VK Sim Sports. Just 8.1 seconds, 8.3 seconds. So let's, since you're here, let's watch a little bit of Daniel. See him proceed towards Bram. Together here at Spa-Francorchamps, where we are racing to support the Movember Foundation. Please find the links in the description if you want to donate or use the QR code on screen. Also, special merchandise will be available via the QR code. And as we see, Daniel is getting closer to towards the VK Sim Sports car. He's now brought it back already to only 7 seconds. So surely and slowly.
It's the reason why we put him in the car. He's quick. So. We tell him what to do and he does it. So.
Okay, so what kind of lap times is he driving currently?
His comes across the finish line now. He's doing in 2:18.4.
2:18.4.
So, nothing with the current track temperatures is actually not too bad. So.
No, indeed, because the fastest qualifying was 2:15, and that's quite fast, I have to say.
Yeah, but you have to remember that was with obviously with almost freezing track temperatures.
It was cold. It was dark.
Very cold and dark, and now it's warm and light. So
warm and light, and the car is already over 8 hours on track. So
exactly, yeah. With this old sport, that'll take its toll on this car. But to be honest, we've been practicing a lot this week, and we were talking to each other. Is really this car is an old lady, as we refer to it, but you really have to treat her like that as well. You can't throw it around everywhere. It's you need to be gentle with her. But she's been holding up well. So
I'm happy to hear. While chasing towards P6, throwing away up some dust on track. 5.5 seconds only away. Let's see a little bit how Bram Vogel from VK Sim Sports is doing. Is the one Daniel is chasing. And we actually have 2 drivers that are driving only as a one-man team. Because Robert Hermans in P12 is also already driving for over 8 hours. So big shout out to David and Robert for trying to drive this race on their own Ooh, and Bram had almost had some loss of control in the car, but was able to keep it on track. But of course, Daniel will use that to make up a little bit more of that time. So we're currently under 4 seconds, and that Daniel is chasing Bram. Now on board with Robert. Great moustache on the front, all from Movember Foundation. P12. Number 2, Frank Smits, Apex Missers. Just 1 minute and 21 seconds behind the number 1, the other Apex Misser teams. Ralph Knoops currently in P11 for Next View Consulting. I believe his internet connection is not the best because I have some drops when I'm following him. But let's hope that he is still able to drive very well. Martin from Team Ground Effect, all the way from Hungary, driving in P5. But they are a lap behind on Red Lantern Racing. And now on board with Ian Poole from Red Lantern Racing. Just 1 lap behind VR Racing 096 of David van der. David Wals, who is 18.2 seconds in front of Ian. And back on board with Yuri Steinmetz from Apex Mrs. Yellow. 1 minute and 21 seconds lead. Driving a little bit of a race of his own. Darnell is going into the pits. And back on board with David Wals, VR Racing. A lone driver. Already in the car for over 8 hours.
I did pre-upload the trading page, so you might give it a refresh. Maybe it'll work.
Let me have a look if I can manually do it.
Should be if you hit Control R.
It's a little bit snowy, could it be?
Yeah, all the cars are white.
How could it be that the cars are white? Ah, there they are.
Yeah, it's just the trading panes loading.
Yes.
Yeah, there they are.
So Daniel has the right livery at the moment. He already had the right one, eh?
Yeah. How about the other one?
Now we are following the... so, this look a little bit different, yeah.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, small refresh can help a lot.
With the moustache.
With the moustache, lovely on that Mercedes.
Oh, Thanks for the refresh, man.
No problem at all. I'm just getting towards the bus stop. Always tricky parts of corners. Heading to the finish line. And on to La Source. Also a tricky corner. Because you want to go as fast as possible on the gas pedal to carry all that speed to Eau Rouge. On to the Camel Straight. Any small lift, you will be punished at the end of the Camel Straight.
Right.
I can tell you, you're in P6.
Yeah, just saw it. Did the overtake, pull the gap, so I'm happy. That's,
No.
that's what we
So
need.
next up is P5.
That'll be a challenge. 3 laps, but
Nobody said it was easy.
yeah, but, you know, who knows?
Who
Maybe
knows, yeah.
we'll be able to do something.
But keeping this position is also one.
Yeah, exactly. We'll give it everything we have. We'll be fine. All right. Thanks for having me. I'll be moving back.
Get
to
ready
the team.
for your last stint and bring the car home safely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. All right.
Bye
Good luck
bye.
with the rest of the stream. See ya.
See ya. On board with Chocolate Fondue, currently in P9, Ola is driving the Mercedes with the moustache on the front. Today we are here to drive for the Movember Foundation. This is the 046 Movember charity race. Live we are watching on Spa-Francorchamps, where the light is shining on the beautiful Ardennes in Belgium. Chocolate Fondue Racing currently P9. VR Racing with Daniel in the car. The tire whisperer, Jordi just mentioned. Pushing out 3 stints on the tires to gain an advantage, to retake P6 as he did. And now they will both bring the car home by pushing out. Qualifying laps till the end, in a hope that maybe they can get to P5, but most of all to stay in front in P6. Bright Esports, Philip Broberg currently in P10. Next few consulting Ralf Knoops in P11. Well, Frank Smits from Apex Missiles still in P2, started the race P1. And some battling with the other Apex Missers. The two Yuris who are currently having a 1 minute and 19-second lead. Back to Gino Caranos from GK Design, one of our sponsors that also made this event possible, all in support of the Movember Foundation, our race against cancer during the 046 Racing Movember charity race, the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. And as you can see, all cars have a mustache on the car while he's driving to Rouge, getting ready for the Camel Straight. And into Lecomte he goes. Through the best stop he goes. Setting up the car nicely. To La Source, on his way to Rouge. there is Team Ground Effect, also sponsor of this race, making it possible that we are here now live with you. Don't forget to donate via the QR codes or via the link in the description. On board with the Bram Vogel from VK Sim Sports. Currently in P7. Currently has a 1 minute and 3 seconds lead on the car behind him, which is driven by Gino Callenars. And back at Yuri Steinmetz, currently driving P1. With a 1 minute and 80 seconds lead on the other Apex Missiles team. Getting past Robert Hermans, currently residing in P12. Easy pass. For Yuri. Back on board with David Wals, iRacing 096, driving this race by himself. Already for over 8.5 hours behind the wheel. While Ralf Knoops gives space so he can easily pass because the blue flags were waved. Still in P3. Chocolate Fondue currently in P9. Ola is driving the car. This Mercedes looks nice. Mustaches everywhere. And in P6, Daniel iRacing 069. And again, this time a white mustache on the car. Bright Esports, driven the car by Philippe Robert, who is driving the Porsche now over the finish line. Red Lantern Racing P4 at the moment. They are the only one that can challenge David Wiles in front of iRacing 096. Are they able in the last 3.5 hours to get close and get to the podium? I'm back on board with Gino Calanas driving in the Ferrari. Are they able to get back to VK Sim Sports, where Bamvoga at the moment is in the car? Or is it P8 where they will finish? I believe it's possible to make up for the 1:05 minutes behind that they are. I believe after that stint, Gino will still sit in the car, and then probably John will bring the car home for the last 2 stints. And of course it will also be some calculations how to basically manage your pit stops to go as efficient to the finish line. But given the higher track temperatures, I'm not sure if triple stinting is still an option, at least not for everybody. Maybe if you are a tire whisperer, this could come into play, where you could gain in the end maybe 1 position. Apex misses pink, Frank Smits in the car, still on that P2 position, as they are basically almost for 8 hours. And just 1 minute and 70 seconds shy from the number 1, where the 2 Yuris are really driving a great race. Had to get the overtake done in the beginning of the race in the dark, but after that nobody was even able to get close. And there we see some cars heading into the pit. Where Baumvogel has some damage. And this could be in favor of Gino Calleners and gaining 1 position. I'm back on board with Wolf Knoops, currently in P11. Next View Consulting. Next View Consulting with Rolf Knoops. I'm back on board with number 1 driver Yuri, and this time it's Mr. Steinmetz in number 1. Apex misses yellow, bringing the car again over the finish line. It's lap 223 has started now. David Wiles driving still on his own. Well, we saw there Bram Vogel from VK Sim Sports coming out of the pit. Chocolate Fondue Racing in a Mercedes with the great moustache on the front. As the moustache will remember you all that today we are racing for the Moustache Foundation. We're racing against cancer. You can donate via the QR code on screen or via the link in the description. And there we see a car straight on the track. Is everybody able to safely pass? Goes Philip Brober from Bright Esport. Spun out. On board with Robert Hermans. Driving on his own. Not giving up. 8 hours and 40 minutes racing already. Keeping his moustache on the track. Back to Red Lantern Racing. Jan Poel in the car. They fought their way back to P4 and are currently residing there already for a while. I believe they don't have a real danger coming behind them, but also there are quite some time that they need to make up to get close to VR Racing from David Wiles. Of course, we still have over 3 hours to go. 3 hours and 19 minutes exactly. Still a lot can happen. I'm very happy to see we don't have any retired cars yet. Compared to other endurance races, it's also more quiet on the road. Of course, we are here for charity. So we have seen a lot of respect on the track, which we of course love to see. Combined with some real racing. On its way to Blanchiment. And then setting up the car for the bus stop. Always a tricky part of the track. And getting towards the finish line to lap 222 of the race for them. Two Lassours driving all the way up to Eau Rouge. To Lacombe, he goes, continues in front of him. He is driving a back marker for him. Guido Kellerers currently in P7. Let's have a look how he is driving there in the Ferrari. And Gino goes to the bus stop towards the finish line. Frank Smith, Apex misses Pink, still in P2. 1 minute and 15 seconds off the lead. Where currently the other Apex misses team, Yellow, is residing with the 2 Yuris. Still keeping the gap quite constant. That means that both drivers are driving consistently their laps very close to each other. And back on board with Ralf Knopf from Next View Consulting. And there is Robert driving on his own, currently in P11. Braking to get into the bus stop, carrying the speed towards the finish line. While getting towards La Source. And currently raised €473 and still counting. Please be advised you can donate via the QR code, but also via the link in the description of the stream. And more information can be found on the All4 Racing website. And via the QR code there is also some merchandise available. While we look to Robert, who's driving this race on his own. He's almost shy of a little bit over 12 minutes in the car. Total, we're almost at the 9-hour mark. And now on board with Bram Vogel from VK Sim Sports. Just has to clear 11.8 seconds to get to P8, where currently Chocolat Fondue is situated. No cars in between the two of them. And we see eating out already a little bit of the time. But very shortly, probably there will also be some blue flags waved at him towards him, because P5 is getting towards Bram, who's driving for VK Sim Sports. You clearly see that also Chocolate Fondue is also fast in some parts of the track, where Bram is faster in other parts. So the delta stays basically the same going a little bit back and forth. And now we are on board with Ola from Chocolate Fondue. Getting towards the bus stop just out of Blanchiment. On to the finish line. Through La Source he went onwards to Eau Rouge. David Wiles driving all by himself. In the Mercedes with the white moustache on the front for the Movember Foundation. iRacing 096. And back on the screen, Yuri Steinmetz, number 1 currently in the race for Apex Mrs. Yellow. Has the lead by 1 minute and 15 seconds to the other Apex Missers. Back on board with iRacing 069, Daniel, the tire whisperer. The car in front of him is Jan Poel, who is in P4. So they are not directly racing for position, but of course Daniel is allowed to unlap himself. Pool Red Lantern Racing on board with him currently in P4. And they're actually the only one that can challenge the iRacing team in P3 currently. And having a safe gap with the cars behind. Getting close to the 9-hour mark. And Daniel of the other VR racing team is coming close. He is allowed to unlap himself, of course. And again to the combs they go. Back to Gino in the Ferrari from 046 Racing USA NL. Driving together with John Casey. Gino Cannoners is currently in the car. P7. To the bus stop towards the finish line. P10 currently Ralph Knoops from Next View Consulting. They have some frame there, some package drops, so sometimes the car just jumps off the screen. But don't be scared, the car is still there. Number 2, Frank Smith, Apex Mrs. Pink. Not to worry about the cars in the back. Fully focus on the car in front, which is also over 1 minute and 16 seconds before them. Are they able to swap positions? I started the race on P1, but very fastly had to give that position to the Apex Masters yellow. Martin in the car from Team Ground Effect. Shout out to that team. One of the teams that made this event possible by sponsoring, together with Gino Canones from GK Design. Today we are racing for the Movember Foundation during the 046 Racing Movember charity race, all the way in Belgium, in Spa-Francorchamps, in the Ardennes, beautiful Belgium. Team Ground Effect, basically a little bit in fresh air. There's not really a car in front of them that they can challenge, or somebody in the back that is getting close towards them. And then in P9, VK Sim Sports. And Bram Vogel in the car, driving the BMW with the small moustache in the front. And Ola has currently Bram behind him. Just 19.1 seconds. Chocolate fondue. But with Robert Hermans driving the race on his own, only one driver, to just hit the 9-hour mark, together with David Wiles from VR Racing 096. They are both trying to finish this race by themselves. Only 3 hours to go. And still in P1, Apex misses yellow. Yuri Steinmetz keeping the gap. 1 minute, 37 seconds. Gino currently in P7. Having a Jampel in front of him. Of course, they're not fighting for a position. Taking the slipstream just behind the car of Red Lantern Racing. Very cool to see. Even having moustaches on the side of the car, on the spoiler, on the back. Now, Red Lantern Racing, they are getting closer to David Wiles, 23.1 seconds. On board with Ralf Knoops. Next View Consulting in P10. And there is David Wiles. And the car in front of him, not fighting for a position, is the other team of VR Racing. Jordi Vermeulen, who just was on the stream, will taking the car home from now. Driving the complete race by himself. Now on board with the other team of VR Racing, the team 069. Jordi Vermeulen behind the wheel. We just took over from Daniel, the tire whisperer, who was triple stinting, and now gave the car the Jordi to bring it home. Currently in P6. It will be a long way if they would take the P5 position. But P6 after dropping back to even P11 is very nice. So let's bring that Ford home. Bram just came out of the bus stops and getting now over the finish line. Currently in P9. And now in P8, Gino Canales is in the pits, I believe. Yes. He's getting out now. So that pit stop gave Bram Vogels from VK Sim Sports the P8 position. Of course, we don't know when he needs to pit. Martin, Team Ground Effect, all the way from Hungary. Driving in the Lambo. Hurricane, beautiful car. A little bit in clean air position wise. Have 2 laps in front and 3 laps behind them to make up. Everything is possible. Johnny Koning back in the car for Apex Mrs. Pink. Nearly the gap is now over 1 lap with Apex Mrs. Yellow after that driver swap. Getting towards the bus stop. Chocolate fondue, P7 currently. In the meantime, our P1 driver is in the pits. Back on board with number P2. Johnny Koning's Apex Mrs. Pink. We see that gap during the pit stop of the other Apex Mrs. team. Closing up. Let's see. Shaving off. Of course, Apex Mrs. Pink also made the pit stop. And now we're getting back to a more fair delta. It's currently around 1 minute and 39 seconds. Chocolate Fondue Racing. Currently P7. Ola in the car. 046 Racing with Robert Hermans. Driving in P11. Driving all the race by himself. Next view consulting Ralf Knoops. P10. And in P4. Just shy of 23.89 seconds towards David Wells from VR Racing, Red Lantern Racing, and currently we're watching Jan Poel drive. And in front of Jan Poel, David Wells. Who is driving behind the other VR Racing team. Going to La Source, on his way to En Rouge. Driving on this beautiful track in Belgium, in the Ardennes, Spa-Francorchamps, where we are driving the 046 Racing Movember charity race. 12 hours long. We're over 9 hours and getting towards the end. But oh, the last hours are always also difficult. A lot can happen on track. David Wells, who is currently in a podium position in P3. Now we go on board with the other VR Racing team. Jordi Vermeulen, who took the wheel from Daniel, the tire whisperer. And in the meantime, Gino Cannoner is going through the bus stop. To the finish line. In the meantime, overtaking Chocolate Fondue while they are in the pits. And only 16 seconds in front of him, Bram Vogel from VK Sim Sports. The battle for P7 or is on. And here Yuri from Apex Missers, yellow, still in the front. 1 minute and 39 seconds. They have the lead after that early battle with the other Apex Missers driver. Yuri getting close to Bram Vogel and passes him easily before the bus stop. Of course, blue flags were waved. In the meantime, they are already on lap 241. Martin, team ground effect, currently in P5. Getting through the combs in the hurricane. And Johnny Konings P2, Apex Missers. We'll get close to Robert Hermans, who will get a blue flag. And there, oh, it goes a little bit wide to give space to Johnny Konings in P2. Chocolate from the P9. Ola in the car towards Eau Rouge. Red Lantern Racing, P4, keeping almost the same delta towards David Wells in P3. This could still become an interesting battle, I hope. We can see. We're almost on 9.5 hours. So a little bit over 2.5 hours to go during the 046 Racing Movember charity race. All the way down at Spa-Francorchamps, the beautiful Ardennes of Belgium, where we are racing against cancer. On board with David Wells, P3. Driving this race alone. Has a backup driver. But up until now was able to race on his own. Only 2 drivers who are trying to do this. Big respect to them. 12 hours is long. Even 9.5 hours, which mark we're almost hitting. And there he goes. Getting behind Gino Cannoners. Getting past Gino Cannoners, who slipped out there. But is back on track. Has some damage on the car. Hopefully the car is still drivable. Getting closer to that P7 position. And in the meantime, David Wells is still behind Jody van Meulen. As Jody has promised here on stream, it would be qualifying lap after qualifying lap. Beautiful to see both these VR racing cars so closely together, not fighting each other for position. And the other VR Racing team, driven now by Jordi Vermeulen. Look at his beautiful mustaches. We're racing again today for the Movember Foundation. Please donate via the link in the description or scan the QR code. Even some Movember merchandise is available via the QR code on screen. And Bram Vogel, P7, driving for VK Sim Sports. Now on board with Mickey, just getting out of the pits. Just switched with Jan Poel. Red Lantern Racing P4 at the moment. Has to watch out, of course. Probably has cold tires. Have to warm them up. Drivers are here at 2-3 laps. And they're fully up to the temperature you like. And Yuri Steinmetz still in P1. Has a gap with P2 of 1 minute and 39 seconds. Has done a later pit stop than the P2 currently. So that means that they are quite ahead. Temperature, the times are not fluctuating. So if nothing strange happens, I foresee that this team will take the win home of this race. Of course, the other Apex Missers team in P2. And I believe VR Racing 096 and Red Lantern Racing will be battling for the last podium place for P3. Yuri's time at still on 1 minute and 39 in the front. Currently racing during the 046 Movember charity race, where we are racing against cancer. And that's on this beautiful track, Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, the Ardennes. Beautiful to see. We started the race in the dark, but currently it's full daylight. 12 hours race, and we are just over 9.5 hours. Of course, Apex Missers, first part of the race P2, but was able to get this P1 position. We're talking about the two Yuris in the Apex Missers yellow team. In the second place, the Apex Missers pink, who are currently on 1 minute and 39 seconds behind. Team Ground Effect, one of the sponsors of this event, but not only by supporting and sponsoring the race, but also by driving. Together with Gino Cannoners from GK Design, they made this event possible. Thank you all. Please also find the link in the description or via the QR code to donate for the Movember Foundation. And merchandise is also available via the QR code on screen. And now we're watching Robert Hermans, who is driving this whole race on his own already for over 9.5 hours. Look at the beautiful moustache on the car, and don't forget to donate. Chocolate Fondue Racing, currently P8. Can they still battle with VK Sim Sports? John Koning in P2, driving currently. Just 1 minute and 39 seconds behind the leader, the other Apex Missers team. P10, Next View Consulting by Ralf Knoops. Having some frame drops. So sometimes he jumps out of the screen, but don't be scared. He's still there. Just a small connection issue on his side. P10 for him currently. And then David Walls, the other driver that is driving this full race by himself, still following the number 6 while he's in P3. The other racing team of VR Racing that is driving with us today. Two teams of them present here. And as Jordi Vermeulen on the stream just told us, it will be qualifying lap after qualifying lap, and that's what we can see. Because the P3 is still following the P6 just after Daniel stepped out of the car. Jordi Vermeulen took over after the tire whisperer. Back on board with Mickey Berg, driving for Lantern Racing, P4 currently. Can they challenge David Wals, who's driving this race alone? It won't be easy, but nobody said it was easy. It's 12 hours long on this track of Spa-Francorchamps. Bram Vogel, currently VK Sim Sports. P7 they are. And back to our number 1, Yuri Steinsmith from Apex Missers Yellow. Robert Hermans with the nice moustache in front of the car, driving by himself, getting towards the 10-hour mark. 9 hours and 39 minutes are on the clock. A big shout out to all the teams racing, all the people donating, of course, also in this race against cancer. And of course also to Team Ground Effect Esports and GK Design for making this event possible. Chocolate fondue currently P8. Or did they now just pass VK Sim Sports who were in the pits? So now they got given the P7 position. And that P7 position is given with now over 23 seconds lead, getting towards the 24 seconds. Back to Team Ground Effect all the way from Hungary. One of the teams making this race possible. Patrick currently in the car in P5. Driving today on a race against cancer for the Movember Foundation. On his way to Blanchimont. Look at that shining livery, beautiful. And there he goes. On to the bus stops, where he has to set up the car to get over the finish line. And over the finish line he goes. Heading to La Source. Important corner. Because now it's almost all the way to Rouge, fully flat out. To get that car on speed. To reach that top speed that you get on this track. On the Camel Straight. On the Camel Straight he goes. And into Le Combs. In front of him we are now looking with Johnny Koning. Apex Mrs. Pink. Just 1 minute and 39 seconds away from the lead. Are on a podium position at the moment. P2. As they are making their way further down the track of Spa-Francorchamps. Meantime on board with P10. Ralf Knoops. His car jumps sometimes out of the screen. Don't worry, he's still there. Heading over the finish line now. With his team Nextview Consulting. John Casey in the pit took over the wheel from Gino Callender's. Probably some repairs. We saw a damaged car. So now our cancer survivor is going to step into the car and probably bring the car home till the end. David Wals driving alone, still going strong in P3. Can he keep this podium position? Keeps on driving very steadily. Not able until now to overtake the other VR Racing team with driver Jordi Vermeulen, who promised on stream here he would push out qualifying lap after qualifying lap. But in front of him first is number 4, and Mickey was driving for Red Lantern Racing, was basically almost 1 lap down on VR Racing 096, where David Wells is driving this race along. Funny to see that these 3 cars are so close together. The P3, P4 and P6, even though they are not battling for a position, they're all allowed to unlap themselves or overtake since blue flags are being waved. Red Lantern Racing P4. Mickey is in the car. Let's have a view with Jordi Vermeulen, co-founder of VR Racing, now driving the car of VR Racing 069. He promised to do qualifying lap after qualifying lap, and he's doing pretty well, as we can see now. I think it will not be enough to grasp that P5 position. David Brown back in the car for VK Sim Sports. And Joris still in the lead. Well, John is still waiting for repairs in the car. I don't believe they retired. Still in the lead he goes. And getting towards some back markers. And we can welcome Gino Calleners here live on stream. Hey Gino, we saw the front of the car was not looking as it should be. Can you tell us a little bit more what happened there?
I did a mistake. I lost the car in Blanchiment. I thought I could catch it, but then the rear tire caught the grass and then it went straight into the wall. And then I was driving, the car looked fine to me because I hit the wall straight on and the engine is in the back, so I thought I could just continue. And then on the top of Eau Rouge, at Radion, it made a backflip.
It made a backflip?
Yeah.
And how did that happen?
Yeah, just the traction was gone.
Okay, but yeah, I see that John is in the car in the pits. Is the car able to continue to drive? How long are the repairs? How fast can we see you go back on track?
We had 3.5 minutes of repairs and 38 of optional repairs. John took a risk earlier to drive with only 20 optional left.
Yeah.
But the car was undrivable, the steering wheel was upside down, so he wanted to back up, back to the pit guy. That iRacing didn't allow, so he needed to drive out of the pit with the broken car still, and then he's still now touring 3 minutes back to the pit lane.
Okay, towing and then still 20 minutes repair.
Yeah. So we're battling for last place, I guess, in the last 2 hours of the race.
Just bring it home. Bring it home. We still.
Yeah, we will. We will.
We didn't have a car that retired until now, and I hope in almost the last 2 hours of the race that we can bring them all home.
But yeah, big mistake, big consequences.
Yeah. Especially during an endurance race. That's always tricky. Consistency is very important. But sometimes a small mistake after such a long drive, it can just come around.
Yeah, I watched back the footage and it was not avoidable. It was just gone.
Yeah, of course. I find sometimes Blanchiment can be very forgiving since you have such a how wide you can go. But yeah, if you touch the grass, it can become tricky. On the other side, the wall is very close.
Yeah, and if I didn't hit the grass, it was fine. But yeah, it just sucks.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope, the grass. But at least you cooled the tires a little.
Yeah, there are already new ones on it, so.
Okay, so I believe that John will now bring the car home for you guys, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, my stints are done. I did 6 hours, or a little bit less than 6. But yeah, I qualified, so I did around 6 hours.
Yeah, very nice.
So John is now in the car for 2 more hours.
Okay, and any learnings that you have taken from your current race up until now that you can share with the viewers?
Practice more.
Isn't that always the best advice?
Yeah, it is, but yeah, I didn't practice at all at night. So we started at night, so that was a little bit tricky for me. I'm also night blind, so.
Yeah, then it's completely tricky.
But yeah, then the sunrise and the sun was in your face, so you couldn't see at all the Blanchiment corners.
The beautiful sun coming over the mountains, out of the hills, I have to say, because Ardennes doesn't have mountains. But yeah, it's a beautiful track. It's one of my favorite tracks to drive. But still, yeah, practice more, and especially also in the dark. I had that with our Le Mans 24 series. It was my first time when I took over the wheel one time when I was driving in the dark. And then I was like, Yannick, you should have practiced in the dark, because this is completely different. Because your brake markers are completely different. But in the end, I did it well. I believe since I'm colorblind, driving in the dark makes it a little bit more easy for me. But not sure, of course, because I cannot compare what you guys see. But being night blind makes it completely difficult.
Yeah, it's just tricky. It's you need to focus a lot more. Your concentration is a lot harder to manage. But yeah, we had some lights on the car, so that was good.
Luckily, they were working.
Yeah. But I'm glad we did the race, and I'm happy that we already raised 473 euros.
And still donating is possible via the QR code and via the link in the description. And also some merchandise available, especially Movember branded, via the QR code on screen.
I need to check if on Redbubble if we already sold something.
That's up to you. Please let us know if on board with Patrick from Team Ground Effect. The team also that made this event possible, together with Gino Calendars from GK Design for all your design needs. Just hit Gino up.
Yeah,
I heard you also now very specialized in livery design.
that's correct.
So even for racing designs, you can come to Gino and get an exclusive designed livery for you. On board with Robert Hermans, who is driving on his own already for quite a while. We're very close to the 10-hour mark. P11, he is. I don't know how long John has repairs because you're still in P9.
It's gonna be a tricky one, I think. Doesn't show me how much repairs it is.
In the meantime, we see the great moustache on the car, the Porsche of Robert Hermans, who is driving to Rouge. You're getting towards the Camel Straight.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop out, I'm gonna watch the stream, and then come back when we're almost done. Check back with you.
Okay. Thanks, Gino, for hopping in.
Yeah, no worries.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Team Ground Effect, one of the sponsors. Patrick in the car, P5 currently. Blanchiment, towards Blanchiment. And now P10, Ralph Knoops, Next View Consulting. The only one with a rookie license. If he kept it clean during this race, he will be, of course, promoted and be able to drive in D or even C, depending on how clean he was driving. Because driving for 12 hours clean without any incidents will be very rewarding for your safety rating. In P2, John Koning, Apex Mrs. Pink. 1 minute and 37 seconds behind the number one. And of course back to David Wells, driving this race alone in the car. Still going strong. Just 1 minute something shy of the 10-hour mark. And it's very nice to see that this P4 Mickey Lantern Racing, Jordi in number P6 from VR Racing. Oh, 9, 6 together with the other VR racing team. While we see Jordi jumping into the pits while Mickey continues. And there we see the car of John still in the pits. Now we have a look at David Brown, VK Sim Sports. Currently residing in P8. And there could come a battle for P7. Since Chocolate Fondue is just 7.8 seconds in front of them. Let's see how this plays out. Because there is Chocolate Fondue. Ola in front. 8 seconds. Look at this Moustache driving for the Moustache Foundation here on this beautiful track from Spa-Francorchamps in the middle of the Ardennes of Belgium. And David Brown is able to eat out a little bit of that 7 seconds that he was. So, is he able to overtake Chocolate Fondue? And is VK Sim Sports able to take that P7 position back? All racing today against cancer for the Movember Foundation. You can donate via the link in the description or via the QR code on screen. And even merchandise is available via QR code on screen. So we hit the 10-hour mark, just 2 minutes over. The last 2 hours of this 12-hour race are now going to be raced in this race against cancer. This beautiful track, Spa-Francorchamps. Jordi Vermeulen out of the pits again. We saw him going in a little bit earlier. Now getting to the bus stop, made his first laps. Getting these tires up to warm, up the temperature. Sometimes it takes like 2 laps to really get them up to temperature where you want to have them. Diving into Le Source. Setting up the car for Eau Rouge. And up to the Camel Straight. Yuri Steinman still in P1, I believe. That the Apex Mrs. Pink already did their pit stop and that he has to also follow very shortly, but he has now over a lap distance between the P2, which is also the other Apex Mrs. team. Getting close towards Robert Hermans in P11. Who will get a blue flag. And probably we see an easy move. And there they go. Robert giving enough space. So they are able to catch on, getting towards the bus stops. Over the finish line into La Source. And off he goes to Eau Rouge. Ron still in the pits. David Wiles in the pits. Robert P10. Team Grand Effect. And now we're live watching Mickey driving for Red Lantern Racing, getting into the bus stops. And off he goes. Getting towards the finish line. La Source setting up the car to carry all that speed to Eau Rouge, because you will need it on the Camel Straight. And then don't forget to brake for Le Comps. Johnny still driving in P2. Well, Chocolate Fondue is currently in P8, having the P2 and the P4 closely coming towards him, but they are still 16 seconds, so we'll take. But he is actually fighting for position with David Brown. Let's see if the gap extends or stays still open. It opens up a little, so I believe David probably just overtook Chocolate Fondue Racing on board. With David Brown now. Gets through the bus stop towards the finish line. David also just went over finish line now in La Source. P3 still driving all this race by himself, and that in a podium position. Big respect for this man, driving already 10 hours and still able to maintain a podium position. Jordi van Meulen, the other VR Racing team, currently in P6, have been fighting quite some to get that position back. Had some small troubles while they dropped back into P11 even, as he told me. Now back in the P6 position. And the fun thing is that who is behind him again? it is David Wells. And again, Jody is driving qualifying lap after qualifying lap. Ralph Knoop still driving in P9. Currently for Next View Consulting. His car jumped off the screen, don't worry, he's still there. Back on board with the other driver that is driving all by himself already for over on board in the cockpit with the number 1. Yuri Matthijssen, 2 Yuris who are leading this race currently by 1 minute and 17 seconds. And that means the pink team is catching up a little. They just did the driver swap, so that explains. On board with Mickey, Red Lantern Racing, currently in P4, just shy of a podium place. 10 hours and 60 minutes in, almost 17 of this 12-hour race on Spa-Francorchamps, where we are driving in a race against cancer during the 046 Movember charity race. 12 hours long. A small 2 hours to go. Currently viewing Yuri Matthijssen from Apex Missiles Yellow, who is in the lead with a 1 minute and 16 second lead currently. And in P4, Mickey driving for Red Lantern Racing. Can he still make it up to the podium while passing John Casey on track? Blue flags were waved, so this made the pass easy. Of course, John has been in the pit for quite some while. You can see the car is not looking the best anymore. This will probably also have influence on his lap times, so hopefully he is able to keep this P10 position. And this gave also Ralf Knoops from Next View Consulting the possibility to get to the P8 position. And Johnny Koning in P2. I have to say that the 2 in his name makes my brain see an S. So sorry, Johnny Koning, if I before have misspelled your last name. David Brown, P7, driving for VK Sim Sports together with Bram Level. Heading through the bus stop on to the finish line and onwards to La Source, setting up the car for Rouge, full flat out to carry as much as speed that you will need on the Camel Straight. David Wiles, P3, driving alone already over 10 hours. And the driver in front of him, not on positions but on the track, is the other VR Racing team, Jordi Vermeulen, who is doing a great job. Promised to drive only qualifying laps. And here he goes. And then on to the other driver, only driving this race by himself. No backup. And Ola just told us here on screen that chocolate fondue might be done for now. Ola has been driving the car already for a while. And probably his teammate Darnell Williams fell asleep because 12 hours is a long way to go. Especially with a lot of hours behind the wheel. Thank you for participating and supporting this race against cancer. We are supporting the Movember Foundation. Donations are possible via the QR code on screen. and also merchandise is available via the QR code. Robert is still driving on his own, bringing the car hopefully home. Team Ground Effect, one of the sponsors today, together with GK Design, Gino Calendars, who will later on join us on stream. Patrick is currently in P5. Still driving strong. I think if nothing special happens, this P5 is for them. And back again, driving his 266th lap currently. Juri Matthijssen in P1, leading the race by 1 minute and 16 seconds. John getting through the bus stops. You see that the car is driving already almost 10.5 hours. Not without a struggle. As Gino told, I did a mistake. The famous words of Charles Leclerc. Getting towards Rouge. Carrying all the speed through the Camel Straight. Look at that moustache. I think tonight I will dream about moustaches. Seeing so many on track, on stream, everywhere. To Lacombe he goes. And John, one of the cancer survivors here on track. And makes it even more special supporting this race. Happy he is still with us. Not only a fighter on track, but also a fighter against cancer. Mickey still in P4. Are they still able to challenge for that P3? Their car is having the number 3 for a podium. And just 35.8 seconds shy to that position. In front of him on track in P2 is Johnny Koning. Still P2. And in P7, currently we have David Brown driving for VK Sim Sports. And David, while still driving by himself. Respect, together with Robert Hermans. Finishing lap after lap. Towards Blanchimont he goes. Eating out a little bit of time of the other VR Racing driver and other team driving in front of him. But as Roddy Vermeulen kept his promise, driving and bringing the car home till the end. Just over 1.5 hours to go during these 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps of the 046 Racing Movember charity race. Now live we see David Wells go to Eau Rouge, carrying all that speed flat out towards the Camel Straight. And back to Robert, who's also just like David, driving on his own. Already 10.5 hours in. And a leak of his own. Currently in P8. VR Racing 069, Roddy Vermeulen in the car with the bright moustache in the front, completely white. Seeing some dust coming off the track while he is racing against cancer here on Spa-Francorchamps. P5, Patrick from Team Ground Effect. One of the sponsors, Team Ground Effect, that makes this race possible. Shout out to them, together with GK Design of Gino Calendars. Currently in P10, John Casey. They had some trouble with the car, some long repairs, had to tow the car, etc, etc. But are now back on track. But you can see the car injured quite a lot, but still the moustache is shining in the front. Back with the number one currently. Apex Mrs. Yellow. The two Yuris are doing great, having a 1 minute 16 second lead. To bus stop he goes. Lap 270 they will start now. 1.5 hours to go during these 12 hours. Ralph Knoops, Next View Consulting. Don't be scared. He just gets sometimes out of the screen, but he is still there. He just has some package loss on his connection. And still able to drive this race. Currently in P9. P2, Johnny Koning, Apex Mrs. Pink. Driving a good race. Not letting the gap to Apex Mrs. Yellow extend. And keeping that P2 position, podium place, close to him. Of course, a short 1.5 hours still to go. So bring the car home and get that podium. David Brown, VK Sim Sport, driving currently in P7. Are they able to extend their lead? Or is P7 the position they will finish? And of course, can they keep defending it? David Weil still driving a race on his own in P3. Big shout out to him. And Robert is driving just in front of David in P8 currently. Both drivers are only driving on their own. Robert still in P8. Back on board with Jordi, VR Racing, P6, had some trouble at the beginning of the race, dropped back to P11, fought their way back to P6. Beautiful moustache in the front of that Ford. And promise us to do qualifying lap after qualifying lap. On board with Mickey from Red Lantern Racing. Even though Jordi Vermeulen is closing up to him, they are not fighting now on track for positions, but of course Jordi is allowed to unlap himself. And we see some nice overtaking here. Let's watch it closely together. In the meantime, don't forget to donate via the QR code on screen or via the link in the description. The same goes for the merchandise. Back with John to Blanchimont. He went on to the bus stop. And there we see Team Ground Effect get into the pits. And Yuri Matthijsse is still driving in P1. Currently seeing the P1 driver Yuri Matthijsse for Apex Masters Yellow driving towards Eau Rouge during the 12 hours of Spa of this 046 racing Movember charity racing event in Spa-Francorchamps. Team ground effect. Patrick driving in P5. Over the finish line he goes. Towards La Source on this beautiful track. Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes, Belgium. Robert currently in P8. Driving for 046 Racing. Spexanel on his own. Already for over 10 hours long. Getting towards the 11 hours. Mickey driving for Red Lantern Racing. Currently in P4. The front of the car does not look that happy. Still the moustache is on the car. Still in P4. And in front of him the P3, but on a lap. So it looks like the last podium position will go to David Wiles, who's driving already for almost 11 hours. Currently live with Johnny Koning from Apex Misses Pink. 1 minute and 80 seconds behind the number 1 car, the other Apex Misses in the color yellow. 10 minutes to go and then we hit the 11-hour mark. We're getting close to the end. But oh, that last hour is the most hard. Of course, already driving for a long time. Now the MP6, bringing the Ford home. Beautiful moustache in the front, throwing up some dust in the air, as we can see him. Race on Spa-Francorchamps. David Brown, P7. For VK Sim Sports, he is driving, getting through the best stops to the finish line. I'm setting up the car for La Source. In La Source goes John Casey from 046 Racing USA NL, driving the car together with Gino Calleners, Tour Rouge. Well, we see I believe Robert coming out of the pits. Hopefully he can make this his last stint. Ralf Knoops currently in P8. Driving for Next View Consulting. Look at that beautiful moustache. Yuri Matthijssen, our #1 driver at the moment for Apex Mrs. Yellow. Keeping the lead over 1 minute. And starting now lap 280. Well, probably we will end the race with over 300 laps done on this beautiful track of Spa-Francorchamps. Patrick driving for Team Ground Effect, esport team that is also sponsoring this race together with GK Design, Gino Calendars, making it all possible that we are now racing against cancer in Belgium, in the Ardennes, Spa-Francorchamps. Back on board with Mickey van der Berg, driving for Red Lantern Racing. Front of the car does not look that good. Luckily the engine is in the back. And the #3 is in front of them. 5.8 seconds, but on a lap. Given the damage to the car, I don't see them overtaking David Wiles. And David just passed the finish line into La Source, driving all by himself. Almost 11 hours already. Look at that shiny mustache on the front of that Mercedes. Johnny Koning, P2, Apex, Missers, Pink Team, both in the lead, P1 and P2. Johnny in P2 at the moment. Back to Jordi Vermeulen, driving for VR Racing 069 in the fourth, with a white mustache on the front of that car. Promised us to drive qualifying lap after qualifying lap. Let him see the car bringing her home. Robert, 046 Racing, driving in P9 currently, all by himself. Just 48.6 seconds shy of P8, where Next View Consulting is currently. And David Brown gets just through the bus stop towards John Casey with some damage on the car. The eyes of the light of that BMW looks lovely when it comes closer up, with a little bit of a side view. Onto the Camel Straight, getting within 1 second of John. And blue flags are being waved. in Lacombe. They are. And there a clean pass. John gets to the outside line to give David the means to pass by clean and fair. Ralph Knoop still driving for Next View Consulting. And as told before, they have some package drops in the connection. So that's why sometimes the car, just like now, jumps out of the screen. But don't be scared. It will come back very shortly. Not sure, as I see only Ralph Knoop's driving. But if my information is correct, they have a sim rig in the office. So maybe they're just switching drivers by changing the person in the rig. And Ralph, as a rookie, can farm a lot of safety rating if they keep it clean and keep the incidents low. Back on board with our number one driver, Yuri Matthijs, at the moment in the Apex Mrs. Yellow car. Patrick, Team Ground Effect, still in P5. Had a little bit oversteering there, corrected very fast. Was able to keep that car very well on track. Mickey van der Berg in the car. Driving for Red Lantern Racing, making his way to Rouge. And we hit 11 hours, people. The last hour we're currently residing to. This 12-hour race on Spa-Francorchamps, the 046 race here. Movember charity race. Please donate via the QR code or via the link in the description. It's all for the Movember Foundation. Currently we're a little bit shy of 500 euros. Please, let's get it higher. David Wiles still in P3, driving all by himself already for over 11 hours. Some dust. He takes off the track while going to the corners. And we see Jordi of the other VR Racing team getting into the pits. Will this be the last time he has to pit? We're just shy of an hour. And back to John, driving in P10. That car injured a little bit during these almost 12 hours. Let's bring her home. David Brown, VK Sim Sports, P9. I'm sorry, P7. Currently shy of 40 seconds to put P8 on a lap. So will this be the position that they can bring the car home? Jordi still in the pits together with Mickey. Juri Matthijssen in front, our number one driver. Extended the gap a little bit to 1 minute and 21 seconds. Yes, David is driving solo. Sofia is there just as a backup driver. Team ground effect with Patrick currently in P5. On towards Oru she goes. David Wals just got confirmation that it looks like he is able to do the race all by himself. Currently in P3. Robert Hermans also the one driving this race all by himself. Currently in P9. On to Orouge. In front of him, the other 046 Racing team with John behind the wheel, currently in P10. As now we're on board with John. P10 currently. Back on board with Mickey van der Burg, Red Lantern Racing, P4. Got some parts back on the car. The Blanchiment into the bus stop he goes. Getting over the finish line. So Rouge. Well, we see David Wells getting out of the pits. Probably his last pit stop, his last stint. David Brown, VK Sim Sports, P7. Looks like P7 is the position for them to take. Back on board with our P6. Jordi Vermeulen heading towards the bus stop. Racing today for the Movember Foundation 046 Movember charity race, where we are racing against cancer. Donations are welcome via the QR code on screen or the link in the description, and also some special merchandise is available via the QR code on screen. Through Rouge he goes onto the Camel Straight. And now we are with Frank Smits, Apex Missiles Pink, currently just 1 minute and 24 seconds off the lead. P2 podium place looks like that they are going to get. We are currently at 11 minutes, 11 hours, 11 minutes and 11 seconds of the race, of the 12 hours during this race on Spa-Francorchamps in the beautiful Ardennes of Belgium. Not far off of where Over 6 Races team was founded, in the province of Limburg in the Netherlands, and especially the southern part, very close to the Ardennes, not even an hour drive away. A beautiful circuit. And today we have the luck to race here for 12 hours. Ralf Knoops, Next View Consulting. I better say Next View Consulting. If my information is correct, they have in their office, Rick. So they're racing as a team. So it's not only Ralph who is making all these laps. We're back to John, our cancer survivor from all the way from the USA. Very happy to have him here racing with us. In the meantime, we see Ralph Knoops passing him quite easily next to you consulting. If we look at the car, it's probably lacking some top speed, and that will hurt you on the camel straight. And in P9, we have Robert Hermans driving just like David from VR Racing on his own already for over 11 hours. Team ground effect with Patrick in the car. To Lasurs he goes. Getting closer towards Red Lantern Racing. Still 47 seconds. And our number one driver, the boat Yuri's in the car of Apex Mrs. Yellow. David Walls driving by himself, currently in P3. Following Mickey van der Berg from Red Lantern Racing. Already put them on a lap. Can he extend that lead by overtaking them for another time? And you see here on the camel straight, going to the right and making it stick in the combs. David Brown, VR Simsport, VK Simsports currently P7. A little 44 minutes to go. And then we have done 12 hours of racing. We're gonna race against cancer on Spa-Francorchamps during the 046 Movember charity race. Going over the finish line. Back with Johnny Vermeulen, VR Racing 069. And getting towards Eau Rouge. Onto the Camel Straight. The only Ford on track. Driven by Jordi Vermeulen, VR Racing 069. Back with John, a driver from the USA, into the Ferrari. Towards Blanchiment he goes. Towards a tricky bus stop. And over the finish line. Towards La Source. And then Eau Rouge. Carrying all that speed to the Camel Straight. Next year Consulting. Going strong in P8. Number P2. Just behind Robert. Frank Smits in the car. And blue flags are being waved. As you can see, Robert makes place. And the overtake is easy. Blanchiment. Patrick from Team Ground Effect, driving currently in P5. P4 is 40.5 seconds away. And in between the two of them is Yuri Steinmetz, driving in P1 for Apex Mrs. Yellow. A lead of 1 minute and 24 seconds. And then Mickey van der Berg, Red Lantern Racing, getting just out of the bus stop, over the finish line. Through La Source. David Wiles driving all by himself already for 11 hours and 22 minutes. Just like Robert Hermans. David currently in P3. Looks like he has this podium place locked in. If in the last 37 minutes he can bring the car home. David Brown still P7. Nothing special happening there. John Casey still P10. Rudy Vermeulen P6 for VR Racing 069. Well, Ralf Knoops, Next View Consulting, is in P8. Team Ground Effect still in P5. 40 seconds to make up to get towards Mickey van der Berg at Red Lantern Racing. And of course, Yuri Steinmetz still P1 with a 1.24 seconds. So 1 minute 24 seconds in the lead during this Movember supporting event, the 046 Movember charity race, where we are racing against cancer to support the Movember Foundation on this beautiful track of Spa-Francorchamps. Still on board with Yuri Steinmetz, currently our leader of the race. Setting the car up for La Source to go towards Eau Rouge. Mickey van der Berg driving for Red Lantern Racing, P4 currently. David Wiles driving a race on his own. The only driver in that car. They had a backup driver just in case that was needed. But he is already 11.5 hours driving during this 12-hour race. Getting close towards John. Blue flags are waved. He makes space. We're going back on board with David Brown. Of VK Sim Sports. P7 on his way to Rouge. Look at the beautiful lights of that BMW. The evil eyes that are looking at you. Jordi Vermeulen, VK Racing, VR Racing 069. Still in P6, they had to fight their way back all the way from P11, as he told me here on stream. Took the wheel over after Daniel, the tire whisper, and made up a lot of positions, and Jordi was able to keep it there. Robert also driving this race already for over 11.5 hours, all by himself. Blanchimont he goes. P9. P8 just 41 seconds in front of him to the bus stop. Towards the finish line. And La Source setting the car up for Eau Rouge. On board with Frank Smits, the second team of Apex Missers, currently in P2. Just 1 minute and 23 seconds off the lead. Next view, consulting P8. Getting towards the Camel Straight. Team Ground Effect, one of the teams making this race possible, together with GK Design, Gino Cannoners. A big shout out to these two organizations by sponsoring and making this event possible. In the meantime, we're racing the second charity race of Over 6 Racing, our Movember charity race on the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, in the Ardennes. Started the race in the dark, but now it's fully light. Up until now, no major incidents. And our P1 driver just overtook John Casey because blue flags were being waved just before Le Source, making both their way up to Eau Rouge, and on to the Camel Straight they go. The two Yuris still driving up front with a 1 minute and 23 seconds lead. And Mickey van der Berg, Red Lantern Racing, P4, had an incident with the car standing still on track. Rudy was not able to dodge.
Good
Now
evening.
back and P4. Welcome back, Gino.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Yannick. How are you doing, man? I'm worried about you. 11 hours and 40 minutes of solo broadcasting.
I have to say, it is hard, but of course, we're doing it for a great cause, supporting the Movember Foundation. So, let's continue to race against cancer. Donate via the QR code or via the link in the description. I'm currently watching Mickey van der Berg for Red Lantern Racing in P4. But Gino,
Yes.
how is John doing?
I'm watching his car, but it's
Yeah.
it looks like it belongs to at a scrapyard. But he's doing all right. Let me check his laps real quick. We don't have the pace anymore. It's 2:23s.
Yeah, but at how the car is looking at the moment, let's have a drawback.
He's doing a great job.
Yeah. There it is, live on stream. The mustache is still intact. But I believe that's the only part of the car.
And how's your mustache doing?
That is not dented. I have no mustache at the moment. Sorry. I have to broadcast for 12 hours, so I get a fictional mustache for doing that 12 hours long.
I will Photoshop one on you, okay?
Yeah, sure. I also have some sticky mustaches if necessary to save you some time. Currently in P10, all the way from the USA, Mr. John Casey, cancer survivor. Very happy to have him being able to drive here on track. Not only fight on track, but also in real life fought off cancer. Big shout out to him.
And a real life superhero. He's also, he was a firefighter,
There
cancer
you see.
survivor, dad, grandfather.
Look, bringing a lot of great energy into the world. Currently we're watching
racing enthusiast.
Yeah, currently watching Yuri Steinmetz P1. The 1 minute and 23 seconds lead. And back to Mickey van der Berg, Red Lantern Racing. We're able to fight back all the way to P4. after they dropped down, crashing into another car that was standing still on track.
So, Nick, we got 2 solo drivers. We have
Yes,
Spec&L Racing, also known as Robert Hermans, and we have David from VR Racing.
yes indeed.
How do you think they are feeling right now?
I think they will also be pretty tired. Especially when you look now, we are on board with David Wiles for VR Racing. He is on the podium at the moment, driving solo.
What an amazing drive.
Getting towards David Brown, currently P7 for VK Simsport. I guess he will bring the car home. Driving together with Bram Level.
See, Robert is coming out of the pit.
And
behind John on the Camel Straight. See nice 2 Movember liveries behind each other.
in the meantime, Roddy Vermeulen, VR Racing 069, driving in P6, had to fight their way back. And after Daniel, the tire whisperer, who triple sinded the car, drove it back to P6, Jordi made a promise here on stream that he would do qualifying lap after qualifying lap to keep that position. And it looks like he is succeeding.
Doing a great job at it, yeah.
Just 18 minutes shy until we are at the end of this 12-hour race. 046 Racing Movember charity race, where we are racing against cancer in Belgium, the Ardennes, on the beautiful circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. While we see Jordi going towards the finish line with a beautiful white moustache, and we see David Brown behind him and getting into the pits. And
so, Yannick, I asked the Next Few consulting team if they were driving solo, but it turns out they are not. They are sharing a rig. They set up a sim rig at the office of Next Few, and they are driving there, I believe. So not solo, but driving as a team. But we only see one person driving the car. That's Ralf Knoops. But they are with a team indeed.
yes, I saw it indeed. The information also came to me. Shared it here on stream. Otherwise, we had 3 solo drivers. Well, for now, we have 2. And looks like they're going to make it. And just it was a little bit shy of 16 minutes that we have to go during this charity race, where we are racing against cancer.
I'm gonna check real quick how's John doing, and then I'll report back to you. Is that okay?
Sure. See you back in a bit
Yeah,
for the
just
last
a couple
minutes
of
of
minutes.
the race.
Yeah.
See you in a bit. So as Gino leaves the stream, we're back with Patrick of Team Ground Effect, driving currently in P5. And just over the finish line goes our P2. Frank Smits driving for Apex Mrs. Pink, second Apex Mrs. team, who was just 1 minute and 23 seconds away from the lead. And off he goes. Into the Camel Straight. Lacooms. And XU Consulting having the rig set up in their office, driving there with a beautiful mustache on the car. Have some package loss in their internet connection. That's something they could look at. Making their car jump sometimes off. But don't worry, it's still there. It's just a small thing with the internet connection. David Brown, P7, VK Sim Sports. As we're currently looking, I believe no big changes will happen. Currently on the leaderboard.
I want to report back on Robert and John.
How are they doing?
Robert is hurting. He's
course.
driving 11 hours and 47 minutes solo now.
Especially with his shoulders.
He was also already injured when he started the race. Yes, that's correct. So he is hurting. That was what he told me. And
So-
John, he's doing fine. He's keeping the car on track. Finishing. It's most important to him to finish.
Yeah,
And
the last 13 minutes even of the race just started now. As we can see, as I was just checking, I believe that in the last 13 minutes, if there is no big incident, also nothing on the leaderboards will change. So as the teams are standing now, this could be the finish. But of course, after 11 hours and 47 minutes, a mistake is easily made.
so David Brown is bringing it home for VK Sim Sports together with Bram Vogel.
Oh yes.
The guys all the way from the UK.
Yes, we have quite some different nationalities behind the wheels here. From Belgium to the Netherlands to Hungary to the US to the UK. All here together for one thing, and that is support and race against cancer. During the 046 Racing Movember charity race, the second edition. Please feel free to donate via the QR code on screen or the link in the description. And of course, merchandise is also available via the QR code on screen. Into the bus tip, David Brown goes. We're setting up for some of the last laps during this race. Now back on board with John. He has a special model made of the car. Luckily, the mustache on front is still intact. Bringing the car home in P10.
Yeah, it was really nice to see all the guys driving different cars. Not only, let's say, the BMWs and the Mercedes, but we saw a Ford.
Yeah, the one Ford. And if you're VR racing, it was also the first time racing with the Ford for them. Where they had like, it's a charity event, let's try something we never did before. That's where also these races are for. To train yourself with the team to set up for the more official races. Of course, today it's all to race against cancer for the charity, the Movember Foundation. So don't forget to donate.
I missed on the broadcast what happened to the both Bright Esports entries. Can you?
There's only one Bright Esport entry.
No, there are two. You have the Bright Esports and the Trash Car Custom by Bright Esports.
Ah, okay. I actually don't know why they stepped out. All I know from Chocolate Fondue is that the second driver fell asleep, probably, and the other driver was not and let's say not awake enough to continue. So that's why they retired the car and thanked us for being part of it.
All the way from the United States, chocolate fondue.
For them, it was really early for the start of this race.
I'm looking at a screenshot of the Trash Car Custom BMW, and it looked a lot like our Ferrari earlier. The hood was gone, the sides are banged up. So I think they had a big one.
Back on board with Robert Hermans, Spaganel, 046 Racing, currently in P9, driving for 11 hours and 51 minutes, and that with an injured shoulder.
So Unique, in 8.5 minutes we are finished with the race, but this is not the end of the Movember. The charity will be open until the end of the month. So I'm not closing the event. So if people want to donate next week or buy some merch for the rest of the month, every donation, every proceeds of the merchandise, every livery design they asked, all will be going to Movember Foundation this month only.
Okay, I'm very happy to hear that we continue to collect money for this great cause. Of course, the Movember Foundation, racing against cancer, but also having the possibility to buy merch, to donate, or even ask for a livery design. Only this month, the proceeds all will go to the Movember Foundation during the 046 Racing Movember charity race, second edition, again on Spa-Franchorchamps, during 12 hours long racing in the beautiful Ardennes in Belgium. Racing
So 7 minutes left. It's like 3 or 4 laps.
3 or 4 laps to go. David Wiles, be assured, the last minutes of your 12 hours race, alone in this car, alone in your rig at home, for this great charity, the Movember Foundation. Please bring it home. Now we're on board with Mickey van der Berg, Red Lantern Racing, just shy of a podium place in P4, with Jordi Vermeulen in P6 in front of them for VR Racing 069. Had to bring the car back after having some trouble earlier in the race. Daniel, the tire whisperer, was able to perform to get back to P6, and then Jordi was able to do qualifying lap after qualifying lap. And here, for now, if he can bring it home in the last 5.5 minutes, one of the two Yuris that are driving this car, I would say excellent. And in the beginning, had to stay behind their teammates in P2. Had a clean pass, and from then on, we're building up the gap to the front and currently leading with 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Giving us all a masterclass how to race on Spa.
Yes, a beautiful track. One of my favorites, I have to say.
There's a yellow flag, I hear my crew chief say. I'm not sure what happens.
I believe all cars are on track at the moment. Maybe somebody just went wide.
I guess so. Yeah.
David Wiles again on board here. Look how clean that Mercedes looked like. Great moustache up the front, white and shiny for the Moustache Foundation. Racing against cancer here in Spa-Francorchamps. We are getting close to the last 4 minutes of this 12-hour race.
And guys, let your team members know if they want to be interviewed after the race. We will be here asking some questions. Join us.
Mickey van der Berg, Red Lantern Racing, P4. Looks like this is the place for him to finish just shy from a podium. Jordi Vermeulen, P6, had to fight back, now P6. It looks like he's gonna bring her home, like he told us. The fourth, only fourth on track currently. Great to see. And then of course our number one driver, one of the two Yuris, Apex Mrs. Yellow, leading, getting towards one of his last laps during this race, leading with 1 minute and 24 seconds. Team Ground Effect, big shout out to them also for making this event possible, together with GK Design. And we have Gino Calendars himself of GK Design here on stream. Hi Gino.
Hello. I'm loving it so far. I enjoyed the last 12 hours like it was. It flew over like it was 2 hours, 3 hours. But I don't think some of these people who are driving solo think the same. But it was a pleasure to drive and do this for a good cause.
Time flies when you're having fun. Of course, flying on track also makes it an amazing experience all the way in Spa-Francorchamps, the beautiful Ardennes of Belgium.
This is one of the most beautiful tracks that we have here in Europe, and I hope they will stay for a long time on the F1 calendar.
Yeah, but, that's a little bit up for debate. I have to say we're lucky today, since it tends to rain quite a lot in the Ardennes. It can just come at a given time. No predictions are possible, but today we had a beautiful sunny day. Of course, it led to a little bit rising of the track temperatures, which are not good for the tires. So in the early stages, when the track was still a little bit colder, some people were triple stinting, but I believe in the end that was almost not possible.
Let me check John's tires when he pitted. Oh, they were still 85, 77%. 85 in the back, 77 in the front.
Oh, then
after
probably.
One stint.
Then some people are probably triple stinting still at the moment.
I guess so, yeah.
But you also saw that from driver to driver, the degradation on the tires was quite differently. So,
yeah.
for instance, Team VR Racing 069, they had Daniel in the car, and he is the real tire whisperer of the team. And for him it was, I wouldn't say, I think for nobody it would be easy, but he was able to do the triple stint quite well. Also led that they could make up a lot of positions of the positions lost earlier in the race.
So 20 seconds left. Maybe we check on Apex Mrs. Yellow. Can we see them cross the line?
That's good.
I don't know if we already have the checkered flag or the white flag.
You tell me. I'm currently on point. With the last 5 seconds, Yuri is driving it in Lecombe, so
I will check on board with him. He has the white flag.
So then after this, he will get the checkered flag. So we were already 12 hours racing. Still not over. Bringing the last laps in.
I must say, as a livery designer, this is one beautiful livery on that Apex car.
I really like it, especially on the with the yellow. They don't have the moustache in the front of the car, but iron balls. Apex missers. Looks like it will be a 1-2 for Apex missers. When he's driving towards Blanchimont. Bringing it towards the bus stop. Having the white flag. Going towards the finish line. Now we have the checkered flag almost.
And there we got it.
Hoppakee.
Final lap. What a race.
So, as we see the final lap here of Yuri Steinmetz together with Yuri Matthijssen, who are bringing this car home during the last lap. Oh, what a drive they did. 1 minute and 19 seconds away from winning this race. A race against cancer. Supporting the Movember Foundation during the 046 Racing Movember charity race in Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, Ardennes. What a luck we had today with the weather. The sun is shining. Well, we see the last kilometers on this beautiful track before.
And hopefully we're gonna see some donuts later. Some victory donuts.
To Blanchimont he goes, making it for the last time into the bus stop, getting towards the finish line. 309 laps driven, and there we see already some cards making some donuts. The two Apex Missers cars.
I think they're lining up, taking for a screenshot.
And there they are.
They're lining up the both of the cars next to each other.
Yes, P1 on the left with and P2 on the right. And there they are, the victory donuts as
Those are some nice donuts. I see VK Sim Racing is Sim Sports. Sorry, VK Sim Sports is also doing some donuts.
Yeah. Yuri
David Brown.
Steinsmith doing some victory donuts live here on stream. Winning the
Wow, some
046
power donuts as
Racing
well.
Movember charity race. Next You Consulting also doing some
Joining the
donuts.
party. This is amazing. Thank you guys. Thanks a lot for racing with us today. Really appreciate all of you showing up, putting in the effort.
And as Gino stated before, there will be still possibilities to donate till the end of the month, or buy merchandise, or either buy a livery, and all proceeds will be donated towards the Movember Foundation in this race against cancer. And there we have somebody in the waiting room. Hello, I believe this is David.
Hello.
David, how are you feeling?
Tired.
Tired, man.
My body is aching.
I can
What
imagine. 12
a
hours
drive.
long. What a drive. P3, snatching a podium.
Yeah, very happy with it.
Very well done.
Very good job, David. Amazing drive. Well done.
Thank you, thank you.
You have anything to say to the fans?
Yeah, I mean, is a nice race. Is for a good charity. It made it easier to drive 12 hours, knowing what it was for, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to next year.
Awesome.
Awesome. You were not, by the way, not the only driver that drove all this race alone. Robert also drove it alone.
Yeah, he finished it as well, right?
Yes, he also finished.
Good.
So very happy that the two solo drivers were able to finish. Big shout out to also, in combination with driving alone 12 hours, to also snatch a podium. Big respect, driving very well. The car was very also looking clean at the end. No major incidents, so very happy.
Thank you.
Very happy to host you here on the race, and indeed for a great cause that makes it a little bit more easy, but it still wasn't easy.
Yeah, thank you.
So David, question.
Yeah.
How was it to chase those two Apex Missiles cars, because they were flying on the track today?
Oh, it was the first couple of hours. They seemed like they were in reach, and then after, I think 3 or 4 hours, I just gave up. They drove like aliens, to be honest. They were putting in lap times consistently a second or half a second faster than everyone else, and they kept their cars clean, so it was impossible to chase them, to be honest.
Yeah, you kept your ground. You put in the lap times, and you did very well. Podium for you. And with that podium also comes a trophy, of course. Third place trophy coming your way.
Thank you. I'm excited.
So thank you so much, David. Go rest. Of course. I can imagine.
I'm gonna take a shower.
I can imagine. Hey, thank you so much for hosting you for the great race.
Thank
See
you
you
guys.
later.
See ya.
See ya. Maybe we can get another one of the drivers.
Snatch them. I would love to talk to them. In the meantime, of course, we just had David here live on the stream. As he told, it is for a great cause, and that made it also for him possible to do this. And but still, nobody said it was easy. And I can imagine that after these 12 hours, a shower, a bath, and probably some easier food to eat, because I believe he had some food, but it won't be the food you would like, because it all needs to be easily be eaten while driving and keeping that podium place. And of
I
course,
asked one of the Yuris. I'm gonna ask the other one as well.
let's see if they are also up to share the victory, how it was with us. Of course.
See, John is already gone. We can't ask him anymore.
Robert is still here.
Oh, check Frank Smits, some screenshots.
Yuri, Yuri is going. So we have now live here on stream one of the Yuris, one
the other one
of
has
the.
come.
So Yuri, can you please tell us how was the race?
A little bit boring for us, because after one stint we already had a large gap. The other Apex Misses team had speeding in the pit lane.
Oh, that's why, because they dropped back, but I had no clue what happened there.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a little bit boring in the end for us.
You were
But
driving
what
an
an
insane
epic
pace.
drive. Congratulations, guys, with first place. You did an amazing job today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
How was it today on the track?
The track
Conditions.
was really good. It was a little bit slippery when it went 40 degrees, but I think it went well. It took a couple of inks, but the other Yuri, he did the race without any inks. So
Without
Good
Can
any
you
incident.
talk about a little bit about your stints? What were your strategies for today?
we did it ahead. We just hopped in the server and we said we do double stints, but if we could do triple stints, we would try, and we did for the first 2 stints. Or when I drove, I did a triple stint, and the other Yuri did a triple stint. But then we moved over to double stints for the rest of the race.
Yeah, you had quite a gap, of course, so nothing to basically put that into danger.
No, true.
And how was the start of the race in the dark? How did you like that?
In the beginning, it was a little bit acclimatizing for that, but yeah, it went. The visibility went well after half an hour, I believe. The sun came up already, so it was good.
And guys, with first place, there's also a prize. This year we have a trophy. I'm sorry, but you're gonna share it. And there's also be a prize coming for you, a $50 gift certificate. So congratulations.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will be in contact for that as well, for your address, and we'll make sure that you will receive it.
Thank you.
I see Frank Smits is waiting in the waiting room. We'll have an interview with him as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So thank you for organizing. It was a great event again.
Yeah,
Thank you so
I'm
much.
happy to organize it for you guys, and we're happy to have you on the grid today. Thanks. Frank, how are you doing?
Hey, yeah, I'm good. Finally, it's over. It was a long stint.
Was a very long stint, huh?
Yeah, we meant to double stint, but in the early hours we thought it was possible to triple stint, so I did a triple stint, and then from onwards we did doubles because of the big gap behind us.
Yeah, you were on your league of your own today, huh?
Yeah, so at the end of the second stint, Johnny got a speeding penalty in the pit, which set us on the back foot at the end. But it was good fun driving around Spa for 12 hours.
You know what they say, speeding in the pit means washing the teammates' cars, huh?
Well, they won, so I think we owe them something.
But what a great drive. You were, both of the cars of Apex Missiles were on a league of their own. Sorry?
No, yeah, we just drove our own pace and see where we end up. And we ended up in the top 2 spots.
Yeah, nice podium there. So for next year, are you joining again?
Yeah, well, we were discussing it, and yeah, if people want to drive it, we will be here again next year.
We'll make sure there's some competition for you guys, huh?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And otherwise, we have both our teams.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks a lot, Frank. Also for you guys, there will be a second place trophy coming your way. We'll be in touch for that one. And just so you guys know, there will also be some certificates, like the best overtake, the cleanest driver, and the best save of the day will also get a certificate. So next to the race, we also have a livery contest. So I see that you guys already submitted your screenshots. So we let our jury decide who wins this, and we'll get a little present for that one as well.
Yeah, thanks for organizing.
Yannick, anything to add?
Yes, I have to say 12 hours is long, of course, but we were racing for a very good cause. The Movember Foundation Racing Against Cancer during the second edition of the 046 Movember charity race. Please know the donate link will be open also after the link. If you buy merchandise, all proceeds will go to the Movember Foundation. It's still till the end of the month. As Gino just pointed out, also a big shout out to the Ground Effect Esports Sim Racing team and GK Design for making this event possible. Of course, also big shout out to all the drivers, all the watchers on the stream. We were really happy to host you, and we hope you enjoyed this beautiful weather on the Spa-Francorchamps track, and of course certificates, the trophies will be brought to the drivers, and of course a lot of certificates will still be chosen. So still some work to do after this race, but not today. Now we're closing off. The donating links are still open. Thank you all for participating in the second edition of the 04 Racing charity race.